Morning, everyone. I hope you are well. Happy Sunday. So, thank you for joining me this weekend. Ah, there's the sound of my voice, so I feel comfortable continuing. um, so, thank you very much for joining me today. So, we have a very special rebroadcast from last Wednesday's teaching. I was personally kind of blown away by everything that I said on Wednesday. And at the end, for those who were there, I said, oh, this is a core teaching. But in my mind, and after some reflection, and at the time, I kind of knew that wasn't just a core teaching, that was a super core teaching. The level of detail and guidance I gave on mantra was really something. And it really encompassed um, years of realizations that I've had. And I felt it was really, really, really important to rebroadcast it this Sunday and to encourage people to tune in or hopefully re-listen to it after, the broadcasts today if they didn't have a chance to listen to it. Practice is everything. Realization is everything. Discovering one's wisdom and connection with God is, my point of view, everything. To get in contact and be able to live in the highest parts of ourselves on the right path, living in the right way, and getting into touch with all the sort of quote unquote tools that we can have to achieve that is really, really important. And I think this teaching really encapsulated a lot of that. I wanted to say something briefly before we start. Several things. First thing, the mantra will be discussing Yahweh Ori, Yahweh my light. I wanted to put it into a context, and I'm not fully sure. I don't think I described it in this way on Wednesday. Remember how I discussed a little bit the hierarchies of mantras, and I do get into it on Wednesday. But how does Yahweh Ori differ from Elna Refanala? I think I maybe did get into it a little bit, but I really want to make sure it's put in the right framework. El Narifana uses a name of God. El is a name of God. It's a little more generic. It's more like God, as opposed to a name like Elohim, Yahweh, Emmanuel. In a way, it's kind of Abba, like Father. You see what I mean? In reference to God. It refers to God. Do you see? So, in a way, it is using a name of God, but it's very specific to healing in a physical way or mental or even energetic, just by what it means. God, heal me, please. So, it's a prayer of supplication. Very important, and has its right place in usage. The word healing, because so many of us have more of a we're a damaged mentality, or there's something not quite right, or we're not fully, what's the word? There's a certain mentality as modern people we have that somehow we're deficient in some way, and a lot of us focus on that, and it becomes a self-fulfilling sort of prophecy and a hole that we can't quite get out of. So it's more healing as making ourselves whole. That's how I like this view as healing. Not that we're deficient, but we're working towards wholeness, becoming the best part of ourselves, which doesn't mean we're not enough right now or we're really broken right now. We should never think that. That's energy turned inwards. It's toxic. And anything like that destroys, sort of, it's a negative. So it keeps the positive that is in us, the good parts, the healed, quote unquote, parts, from emerging. So it's a return to wholeness, a return to fullness, a return to an optimal way of being. Yes, it's a very important point, this, on how one perceives it. You don't want to reinforce certain mindsets in your practice. So words, how you see things, how you perceive it are essential, which is why I give so much explanation. You kind of understand it, then you do it. But you got to move from the understanding and the knowledge into the practice. Otherwise, it belongs in books and it doesn't help. And it's meant to walk the path. Walking is actively doing. Yes. So, Yahweh Ori also can be a healing practice. This is the next level up in a way. Yahweh, my light. I have a beautiful picture. Shalom, to grace our Sunday morning. Isn't that nice? It's a sunrise. I just love this picture. It encapsulates everything. I've kind of speak about it. I'll be discussing a lot about light in the upcoming teaching, which I will hit play on shortly. So I'm not going to get into that component. I wanted to really kind of affirm the making whole component. A flame, a light, we could be a light from the sun. I discuss a candle. In my teaching, the mantra emanates light. Light is whole. Light is healed. The flame is always whole. No matter how small it is, there's no such thing as a partial flame. Otherwise, it doesn't have the consistency. It wouldn't flame, right? A light is whole in itself. Even if it's really, really small, even if it's flickering in the wind, it's whole. A light that breaks goes out. It makes sense if you think about it, right? So there's a wholeness, and it emanates. It sends forth an energy, a light. It sends forth warmth, candlelight, and even the sun, except now it's, with all this UV, it looks brighter and brighter, should be warm. Yes, it's not a yellow, it's a yellow-orange. Our sun is not yellow. May look like it more and more. It's on the yellow-orange spectrum. Yes? So, and it provides life. It provides warmth. It makes things grow. It gives us a temperature where we can live, where the planet can live. Without the sun, this planet would be, frozen rock, I would think. Oceans would freeze, everything would die, everything in the ocean would die, and this would be ice and rock, basically, right? The clouds would probably go away. We probably would lose our atmosphere. I don't know. I'm not a specialist in that. But the light is life. So, in a way, it's the light of God that brings life. That's profound. That's a whole teaching. Whoa, I just stumbled on something. I'm going to have to really resist on this one because we'll be here for 4 hours. So, Yahweh gave us life. And look, there's the Aleph in the picture. So we not only have a candle, which brings light in the darkness, we have the sun, emanation of energy of life, literally, as I've just explained. Without the sun, we're done. Probably would be instant if it would stop. It would just suddenly get so cold it would be over. Then we have the Aleph, the emanation of God before there was sound, before there was anything. It's the potential first sort of emanation, the essence of God. Before that, even, it's sort of the whatever God is that's beyond description. It's not that symbol, okay? But the symbol describes that. It's the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. It's called an Aleph, yes? And it has no sound. Yes, Hebrew could be a very sacred language. It is. And it's built around God in many ways. And the symbols, the letters are very sacred. And Aleph is the most sacred one, and it begins the alphabet and it has no sound. That's why you have to call it the Aleph. Because I can't say it's an A sound because it's not. So it's God. It's the first before sound. The Aleph, which leads to everything else, which is the other letters of the alphabet. It's the beginning before anything. And that beginning gave life. It shone a light before there was light, before duality and all of existence came into being, before Eden, before light, dark, light, heat, cold, yes, before us, before everything. The teaching, there was God, and God gave light. Genesis. Yahweh Ori, the light of God, the light of life, the light of wholeness. If you look at the name, it is not clear that it is about healing. But as one begins to understand mantra, you realize it is a healing mantra of wholeness, of substance. It's in many ways, I shouldn't grade them. I'm going to back up from that thought. It is, but if I say this when people are starting, it's not good. At a certain level, it's yes, but I can't say that here. Would not be skillful. So it's a very, very powerful mantra of making whole. So we have El Narifan Allah, and then we have Yahweh Ori as well. Thereof, Yahweh Ori, like I mentioned, many things can be, it's a very powerful because it's very expansive. It can deal with a lot of different lack of a better word, issues. It's multi-purpose. El Narifan Allah is sort of multi-purposes of what you want to make whole. Yes, but Yahweh Ori is that, but also much more. So it's not apparent, obvious, that it necessarily has to do with healing unless you've contemplated these things for a while and then you're like, it's very clear, but it's not clear when you're beginning. So that's why I'm making it clear. Gotta love the English language. So it's extremely powerful and not to be afraid of. It's powerful in the way that it's very gentle, but extremely, extremely effective. Oh, poor non-English speakers having to listen to my English. Effective. It works. It works really well. This is like, you know, when those antibiotics that just take everything out? Not the ones that are tailored to certain things and don't work for others. There are certain ones that just broad spectrum. Yes. So I like traveling. I've been to countries which gorgeous and I love, which are not as modern, have plumbing issues and things, and far away from wherever. That's what you carry in your bag. Because you might encounter things where you need it and you can't find what you need. Yahweh Ori is that thing that is very all encompassing on many things. Yahweh Ori, wisdom. Yahweh's my light that guides. This is a teaching. I'm going to have to, one of these days, there will be a whole teaching on this, but it's guidance. Maybe even knowledge. Yes. Here it's healing, wholeness, removal of the darkness, bringing in light, bringing in God, bringing in the light of God. Yes? It uses a main name, in my opinion, the main name of God. El means God. So it's descriptive. Yahweh is the name. Does that make sense? It's the name that's in all over the Torah and the Tanakh, the other books of what's known as the Old Testament, which includes the Torah. But do you see? So it brings in the mantra power aspect of the name, and it's totally acceptable in my perspective to use it for this, because it's not said in vain, and it's said to bring forth God, to call the principles, the energy for it to be manifested with our intent, with the aspect of what light of God would be or is as it manifests, because we say the name of Yahweh Ori, a certain quality of God. Right? It could also be protection, the light of God. We could say that as a form of shielding, as a form of protection. You see, there's a lot of things and qualities of light. Create a bubble around us. Do you see? There's a lot of things, and that's the power of mantra. It's energy work. It's energy on how we can become more than just ourselves, but we can use use this skillfully, mind you, to become more than what we conceive of what we're capable of. It empowers us. That's mantra. Well, I've just launched in another super core teaching. Right? So I suggest that you guys listen to this and what follows many times. You get layers. First time I listen to something, you kind of, when it's involved, you kind of get the layout, right? You kind of like, okay, this is where he's going. What's this? Okay, he leads to this. You're trying to keep up. Second time, you kind of know where I'm kind of going. You won't remember everything for sure. It's too much in here, especially if you're new. And then you're like, okay. And then the next time, you know where I was. You're kind of able to follow easier. The next time, you remember a lot, but then you start picking up the details. Did he ever say that the first two times? I didn't catch that. And the third or fourth time, or even fifth, you start getting the nuances. And as you already have heard certain things, it gives room for your brain to start chewing it and analyze it and think of what I'm saying and making different connections because you kind of know it. It's like driving a road. The first time you really don't see what's going on because you're like, what's going on with this road? Stop signs, the turns, the danger parts of a road. The second time, you're a little more relaxed. You kind of know how to go about it. You're a little less reliant on the GPS. You got the gist. The third time, all right, you're getting an understanding. You're pretty comfortable. You start looking a little more at the scenery. And then the fifth, sixth time, you don't need the GPS. You know the stoplight. You know how many cars go. You're enjoying yourself. You're multitasking, listening to music. Do you see what I mean? You get a familiarity, and then you're able to broaden out to an overall environment of what it is, and it goes deeper. And then with an understanding, it unlocks something in you. Not only the skills on how to do it, which let me tell you, people don't explain right off the bat on how to feel energy and to activate. They just, mantras, they just let you stumble, kind of lost in the dark, and they don't provide the guidance. I never understood that. Some teachers do, they're very rare. I never got that. And I'm just like, why don't you just give them the map? It doesn't make it any dangerous. It's just like, okay, here's a bike. It's like giving, yesterday, I saw a young girl, adorable, learning how to do roller skates. Look, I didn't know kids still did the old fashioned roller skates from the 70s with the four little rolling thing and the stopper in the front. I didn't know they still made those. I thought everything was rollerblades. Love rollerblades, by the way. And there she was trying to learn, and her sister, so sweet, was helping her skate and giving her all the tips and holding her up because I think she got them for Christmas. So they were at that point 2 days old. And so I walked by, I'm like, oh, wow, that's so wonderful. I was just like, this is so wonderful. And I just pointed out, I said, watch the cracks. If they're not even, you'll catch and fall. Which for me, when I did these things, the cracks they're the most dangerous things when you have roller skates or you skateboard. And I've been to the emergency room when I was younger a few times with those things. And so I pointed it out. She doesn't have to necessarily learn by injuring herself. She has guidance. It's not like here's a pair of rollerblades or roller skates, figure it out on your own, and people walk away and have to figure out how to stop, how to figure out, watch the cracks. You think, oh, these blades will go over it. Well, especially when you're new, no, they won't, and you'll end up on your face and cut your skin and end up in the emergency room with stitches. I have permanent scars. So, do you, so by understanding, by learning, you go faster, you avoid pitfalls, and you know how to do it really well. But it's in the practice. Theory, really, intellectual, wow. It's nice, but sadly, it's not enough. It's not like, oh, I know this, and then magically you get the benefits. The spiritual path don't work that way. There's a reason why people go into retreat. There's a reason why people study for years at the feet of masters, priests, monks, who study but yet spend hours meditating and praying. It's both. It's three things: a lineage that's real and correct. Lord, there's plenty of stuff that's not correct out there. That's grounded with realized people, and it's connected to a real, accurate, and good God and religion. It needs to be taught and shown correctly and thoroughly, so there's no gaps and misunderstandings or things that are wrong, which will, pardon my French, fuck you up or make you wander sort of in the wilderness and not in a good way for a long time, and it's not efficient. And 30 years later, you're where you would have been had you given instructions. You would be where you would have been after 2 years had you had the right guidance. And then it really requires you doing the practice, taking the time, going on retreat, doing a little mantra to activate it when you're in the grocery line. Never out loud. You could mutter under your breath. You could say it inside. Yes, you can say it inside. It's actually more powerful when you say it inside, but it takes time to get to that. It emanates actually more energy in you and you feel it. So you do little bite sizes throughout the day, not when you're driving, especially when you're starting out. Please don't do that. You learn how it works, you learn to feel it, you understand it, and then you know when to apply it. It's sort of practice. As you're learning one, if you can do it 5-10 minutes in the morning and 5-10 minutes at night, just nice and light, or do it a little longer at night or during the day. You're at work, oh, should say the mantra, say it a few times. It brings that energy, even if you can't feel it in your body, and it starts creating patterns in your body. It starts healing your body, whether you feel it or not. It links up and heals the energy pathways in your body. Yes, they're real. And allows it to flow better. And then as they flow better and you connect with these mantras, and if you love God or trying to, or at the very least appreciate his qualities and wish to understand more, that activates the heart area. And these mantras really, and these energies really come from devotion. So as you're walking the path and you're getting an understanding, or at least an appreciation or desire to connect, those things activate it. So just saying a little bit throughout the day, sort of little activation, so the body's just like, ooh, 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 ooh. And it sort of brings you on that frequency. You're kind of meeting to the frequency. The frequency of the name is bringing you towards meeting it completely. Your intent's bringing you towards it, the time you dedicate, and then you have the name itself independently because it's alive, because these aren't, energy is alive, meets you as well. And you get to an understanding as you start feeling it and you realize, wow, where have you been my whole life? Because it's wholesome, it's safe. It brings knowledge and healing and connects you with the upper frequencies of love, charity, devotion. You understand what something is by the qualities it has: light, love, healing, compassion, eternal. It's the source from where we come to where we will return. So its qualities are inheritably trustworthy. Its qualities of Yahweh Ori, or any mantra, even El Narifan Allah, are those in the names of God sheet that I've provided. The link is one of the 3 links to this teaching. Go through it. It's not all 72, but there's still plenty. This is what God is. If you want to know what is God, please download that PDF. It's also in the archive. There's now 2 PDFs in the archive: the names of God and the table of contents to the archive. So you'll see there's an MPEG 4 place. You click and you could hit download all 111. Then there's a PDF. You click and it will show you the 2 PDFs. You could download them individually, or to the right, it downloads you both. And then you have it on your computer. If you want to know what God is, look at the Names of God PDF. Literally, one moment. It has all the qualities. I'm just going to throw this up on the screen really fast. That's so interesting. One moment. It's missing a page, but there's 3 pages. But here it gives you, I mentioned it last week, and I think it might be in this teaching, but it is fine to repeat. And there was one where I described, you see all this? Yahweh who reveals, Yahweh our banner. That means Yahweh who leaves us. Yahweh Kulim, healer of the sick, clother of the naked, clothes the naked, life giver to the dead, maker of peace, maker of the world, perfect God, God of truth, God who forgives, gracious God, faithful God, the merciful one, merciful God, everlasting God, Yahweh my salvation, Yahweh my redeemer, Yahweh my rock. Yahweh who reveals, Yahweh our defense, protector, Elohim our helper, helps us, Elohim our refuge, who we go to for protection, help, guidance, Yahweh who sanctifies us, Yahweh who blesses us, Yahweh fountain of living water. I love that one. Yahweh our provider, Yahweh our strength, Yahweh my light, God the Father. That's only some of them. But these are the attributes. So when we call in Yahweh Ori, actually we're calling in all those things, if you think about it. The light of God contains all of that. Interesting, the Aleph is right there, shining light. So as you could see, this is a very, very powerful, central mantra. Okay? Perfect. Good luck. It's a wonderful journey. Let me tell you, there's nothing more amazing than a spiritual journey like this. It makes your life extraordinary. You can't make up some of the things you're going to encounter energetically. It's going to blow your mind. You're not going to realize, is this truly possible? Wow, names actually work. I didn't believe any of this stuff growing up. I mean, I grew up right after the 70s. I thought they were on acid, and they actually were. wild. A lot of it was really off. It was partial. I've spoken about this. So because it was a mixed bag, and I was have a certain intelligence. I'm like, this doesn't really sound right. And as I grew older, I'm like, well, some of it's really kind of off because I saw people living it, and it was off their manifestation. So I'm like, well, there's something at the basis that's of their understanding that's not quite right. So I threw out everything that was related to it until I started growing and in my spiritual religious practice. And then I encountered saner versions of it. And then I began really, really studying. And then I realized, oh my God, some of that was really pointing to things that were real. And so my experience and what I teach are things that I have found to be truth to my own experience. And I've discarded the parts that are off or given the full truth as opposed to the partial misunderstanding that people have. This is why study is so important. Pop culture knowledge, the half truths, or the euphemism, oh, it's all good and light. Just look at the positives. And the reason things don't go right is because you believe it won't go right. Therefore, it won't go right. It's magical thinking. There's some truth to it, but things just happen because they really just happen, and I don't buy it. So that's an example. So you have to be careful of these sayings that float around because they sound true because they've come from teachings. So it has that kernel of truth to it, but they're off. So you have to kind of learn and study. So when you hear it, you're not as influenced because it leads you to a way of being that's not based on how things work. Yahweh Ori, a lot of the names have an aspect of wisdom to it. When we clear our pathways, we flow better. So we're connected to what's called higher mind. And I'm not talking getting high, higher mind, right? So it's the higher mind is the energy that's not so much connect. You live where your energy kind of flows or is stuck. Yeah. All right. You want a little chakra talk. And I know I keep saying I'm going to give the full teaching, and I have partially in past. So those who've been with me for a while have understand this. If you chakras are stuck in the lower chakras, the bottom three, it's survival, it's sex, it's ego. You're stuck there, you see the world in those ways, and you actions are manifested, which reinforms that there's a lot of anger, there's heavy emotions, there's violence in those things when you're stuck there. The trick is to start living in the upper chakras. So after the first three is the fourth, which is the heart. Notice what's in between the lower three and the upper three or four. I'm speaking off the top of my head. Four is the diaphragm, which moves the heart. So if you see actually energetically in the body, there's a very, very strong, solid muscle that separates the lungs from the intestines and everything else that's below. And I think the stomach is below the lungs, though I have to look at my anatomy. So, yeah, I think the lungs fill up the whole upper part. The lungs are huge. So, do you see? So, you literally have a physical barrier. So, as you clear your pathways, energy flows. Where does it flow? It flows up through the central column. Call it Kundalini energy. But so you move up. These are not terms from Judaism, by the way. So, you go up, right? You get to the heart chakra. So energy flows. So suddenly ego goes down because heart is love. View bigger than yourself, care, compassion. It really starts motivating your the way you view and you see the world, and therefore your actions. So your actions come from being ego-based, lower chakras, to something that's more magnanimous, something that is more open to others and giving, caring. Yes, it changes how we walk our entire life. So if you're really in the lower chakras, it's a whole other way of being. When you work in the upper chakras, in the heart where Yahweh lives, where the Shekhinah lives, where our soul is based, where the heart of God is, heart of God, where our inner cathedral is, do you see? It's the center of our body, right here. When my father began to lift, and because sometimes I have the ability to see energies in people, his life force lifted from his heart. I could literally see it lift out of the top of his head. When I saw it lift, I told my mother 3 days. Because I saw how I was lifting. I was like, this is going to take 3 days. And then I looked at the books and I'm like, oh, they always talk about 3 days. Oh, well, I guess they were right. And that's how you get certain books, mind you. And that's how you get confidence in what you're reading, because it's matching your reality. So as you listen to me, and hopefully keeping an open mind, as you start experiencing things, you're like, oh my God, HP Shalom said that. Oh my God, he mentioned this could happen. And then you start getting confidence. You trust more. Always. Don't swallow things. Use your mind. Chew on it. See if it's real. Never take anything at face value. Even my teachings. All my teachers said that to me, gave me confidence in them, but it was teaching us, use your mind. The mind is meant for something. If you trust the teacher, you leave an open mind. Oh, that is possible. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I'll encounter that, as opposed to a closed mind. You leave it open. And as you start seeing that, oh, this is that, oh, I'm feeling, then you start getting confidence and faith in the teacher more and more and more as you see. Same with teachings, same with books. You read because this world has a whole potpourri of stuff. So I read new things with caution. But see, less so, because I have all the knowledge, a lot of the knowledge in my mind, so I can tell when something off pretty quickly. But when you're starting, you can't. So you're cautious. You read. As you grow and you get confidence in certain teachings, you can quickly begin to spot when things are off, because it's different from things you've come to trust over time, and it's different from the level of realization that you have. So as you move up, you get the throat chakra, which is able to speak and act in the world in a way that's lined up. You're less influence, it's manifestation, it's speaking. Then energy moves up. You have the third eye, wisdom, transcendental wisdom. When the Shekhinah, the mantra gives you, you know what it is. You see things in a different way, and you have that aha moment, or the answer just comes to you. And it's not necessarily an answer that came up with your mind. Yes, it's real. Crown chakra, the last one, is where the divine energy, you go up to the divine energy, and also the divine energy, the Aleph above, comes down into you with blessing. So it's remember Jacob's ladder? The angels go up the ladder. Do you notice the ladder motif, right? Going up the spine, the ladder, and the angels coming down, the energy coming up, and the energy coming down. Our prayers going up, our mantras going up, our mantras coming down. Do you see? But mantras go out, in front of us, they come in there too. The energy of the Shekhinah goes up from our first chakra up to the top of our head, but also from the top of our head, it comes down through us, into us. Most people talk about going up on the path. Very few people talk about coming down in the path. Everybody wants to escape going up. Very few people realize that the escape isn't what the path is. The escape is embodying the qualities. So you connect above, but you anchor it down in you so you embody it here on earth. The two. The Yahweh Ori is embodied in you, and you live on that path while here. That's what was intended. You become an Emmanuel, more and more qualities of God while here. Your vibration becomes higher, but you're here, embodied. It's the Jacob's ladder, angels going up, angels coming down. Do you see? Energy is always going up. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive. No matter how in the lower chakras you live, there's always some energy from the heart going to the heart, to the throat, to the third eye, and the crown. Otherwise, it wouldn't live. It's just the way the body is designed. It's where you live. First chakra, third chakra, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, or above. You could live above. That's really something. I hope everybody experiences that one. But you're embodied. You can't, when you experience that, then you just realize, whoa. Like, I didn't think that was possible. But you're still here. It's where you encounter and you base your frequency. Where's your home base? Now, it's always heart-centered at some point, but the level of awareness, is it at the throat level, higher awareness, at the third eye? And the third eye and the crown chakra are literally twins. They're sneeze from each other. Much harder to get up to the third eye living, and you have to remain grounded because there's a tendency of not, and then it becomes really off. So you always have to be in your body. It's the grounding of it with awareness and using your brain to saying, yeah, this works. Oh, that's a little spacey and off. So you ground. But you consciousness of where your resting is can be there. That takes a little work. But then the crown's right there because it's directly fed from above. So then you start feeling you're at the crown and you literally feel the pressure on the top of your head. If you're at your third eye, you literally feel the pressure at your third eye when it's opening, the tingling that happens. I cannot put my hands over my third eye. It's too intense because it's so open. Does that make sense? The energy coming from my hands are too much. A sensitivity develops. And then you could actually move to above the head as well and come back down and whatever. But see, that's the flow. When you do a Yahweh Ori, you are healing and activating and balancing. Everything happens in balance as you go slowly on the path. It's a path. It's a road. It's the most amazing journey you can take. Most, if not all, the spiritual teachers saying the most an amazing journey in life is not outside of yourself or seeing the world. It is the journey that you take within. And I never understood it for the longest time, but it makes sense. And so Yahweh Ori is a practice of wholeness that's a little more than El Na Refanala. But it is great that I introduced El Na Refanala first. And that's normally how these types of mantras are introduced. Start with the basic one that's more physical. Then you move to the one that is more expansive and open, and for lack of a better word, more esoteric. Okay? So, great. I'm speaking much more than I wanted. But I think this was another really important thing. So, perfect. So, our New Year's practice. I don't know if everybody saw the post that I made. I've given it some thought. I was contemplating it for a week, 2 weeks, whether to do this. And then the teaching of Yahweh Ori came up. And then I kind of spontaneously gave the teaching on Wednesday and felt, oh, wow, this came through. And then I'm like, this is all kind of guidance for this New Year's Eve practice that I was considering. I looked at the times involved and I had a little bit of a cold feet because this next week or two is really intense for me. And I'm like, I should really be sleeping the whole night. But I thought about it and I'm like, no, this is going to be really beautiful and really powerful and really wonderful for me and my students. So I'm doing it. And I'm doing it how I originally envisioned before I sort of had kind of cold feet. One moment. Well, you look at them and get a little more water. So there's another page to this. Just one more step after this. First, hold on. I should introduce it with this. One step ahead of myself on my little... Yes, I would not been happy if I didn't show this beautiful thing. There we are. Welcome to HP Shalom's New Year's Eve Global Practice. So, here's what I thought. Isn't it beautiful? And it literally encapsulates what I envisioned in a most beautiful way. So, for those who are able, because I know people go out New Year's Eve or not able to be up in the middle of the night and things, but I thought since New Year's Eve occurs at different times throughout the day, apparently there are 37 different time zones on this planet. I had no idea. And people who are listening to me are all over this planet. Wow, that's a beautiful and a thing that kind of always kind of boggles my mind. Why not do a practice that's 24 hours, not us? Because, and some people might feel like they want to practice more on New Year's Eve. Don't do 24 hours. That's really a lot. That's really a lot. I should even have mentioned that. But it is a 24-hour practice in the sense that as people who listen to me are from all over the planet, if you each celebrate New Year's at your time, yes, then people would be doing it in a 24-hour period. We're just kind of giving the relay to other people in our group. So if I do it at Pacific time, somebody had done it at Central and Mountain time, and then East Coast time. And so it is moving through the whole planet almost like a relay, and you're passing the baton to the next person, to the next person. So it makes its way through the whole planet. Does that make sense? And as I had the thought, while I was on the elliptical machine actually 2 weeks ago, I do some of my best thinking on the elliptical machine. I'm like, well, that would be really pretty. And it would give all of us a better understanding of mantra practice and do something that would help usher in the new year on a positive note in prayer and asking God to be with us in the new year and in the coming year. So the first New Year's happens at Millennium Island. I guess it was named for the millennium because that's literally, given all the time changes, that is the first time zone on the planet. And all the times listed are on Pacific time. So you'll need to go online and see what time these times are for you where you live. And so the first New Year is on December 31st at 2 a.m. Pacific time. For them, it is midnight, January 1st. Okay? So they are many, many hours ahead of us. So I thought we would come together as a group for those people who are able. For the first midnight and the last midnight, we would meet together as a group to beginning the practice and the last night to end the practice. And when it's your midnight in your time zone, you yourself would practice. And of course, everybody else who knows about this in your time zone would be practicing at the same time. So we have together at the beginning and the end, and then each of you individually when it's your midnight, wherever that is in the world. I thought that'd be a really beautiful thing. If you're not able to make the first and the last, or both, or one or the other, at least if you're able to, do the first midnight. Your local midnight, sorry. Try to do your local midnight if you're able to. If you can't because you're going out, well, that's fine. When, it hits midnight, just say Yahweh Ori, or give a prayer, or think of, asking for God or the universe to bless the year to come and to bless the planet. If you're doing it, if you're not able to, for whatever reason, you're asleep, that's fine. If that's what you want to do, just do it sometime leading into midnight before you go to sleep or the afternoon before. It will be New Year's somewhere on the planet. New Year's Eve, actually, somewhere on the planet. So at least try to do the practice in some way. But ideally, try to make all three. It'll be very powerful. And then be mindful during the day of the 31st of the practice that the group is doing it throughout the day in their time zone, and occasionally say a little prayer or try to connect with that frequency as it moves around the planet. Isn't that beautiful? Don't stay up to 1:40 a.m. Pacific time. Lord, I will be setting my alarm to wake up probably at 1:25 in the morning or 1:30, okay? And even my local midnight, since I again have to get up at 3:40, 4 hours later, for the 31st, I probably will go to sleep early and then set my alarm for 11:25. And then go back to sleep after the practice, and then set my alarm again at 3:15. All this is Pacific time. So it doesn't mean staying up. It doesn't mean practicing. I won't be. But if you wish to, that's beautiful. I simply can't, given what's going on in my life. But you can set alarms. So it'll just, I'll probably take a nap in the afternoon on the 31st and early, and then go to sleep at a good time, and then set the alarm so I'm not thrown off too much on January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So that's how personally I'm going to go about it. The practice doesn't need to be long, right? So we start about 20 minutes before, 15 minutes before, and maybe do 10, 15 minutes afterwards. So it's no more, maximum 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Do start leading in. So at least at 11:50, or so it's at midnight, right? Well, it's whatever time it is. Give yourself at least 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after. You light your prayer space, you put out your intention, you do the mantra practice, Yahweh Ori, right? Shocker. And right, of course, it's that one. We've been discussing it, and it's the perfect one for this practice. We're bringing in the light of God on New Year's Eve. It is a very powerful time to practice, and I thought it would be a beautiful thing. And as we're doing it as a group, I feel people will hopefully feel something and also get an ability, an understanding of what mantra can do. And if you have prayer beads, be sure to use them. They're so helpful, so helpful. And so I'm putting this up so people have it in the recording to get an understanding. So there'll be a live broadcast at the beginning and at the end. And thankfully to this, I am reminded there will, of course, be an HP Shalom live broadcast starting 15 minutes before midnight on Pacific time. You do not have to join this at all. If you choose to, you can. But this is really for Pacific Coast people. So if you feel like practicing together with me, log on. If you wish to practice by yourself, that is fine. Don't need to log on. But I thought I would log on with my practice and have an invitation for those who wish to join me. All these links will be up, and you will see for which practice is which link. And you'll just log on to the ones you want. But at the very least, I would hope that people would at least do a little prayer at some point on December 31st. And, a little bit on January. It's important to, there's one more sheet. Here we are. It's in the posts. Sort of messages on the YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, please do so you get them. It's not for the numbers of subscriptions. I can't see them. I know this. I've told there's a lot. I don't know if you could see them. And I particularly don't care about numbers. It's not really kind of my way. I care of people getting the information for those. So if they're interested, they're able to get the information and that this is available. So it's on that, and it's here, and this will be available for people to, of course, replay. All hours, all times are Pacific time. And on Tuesday, I'll give a little introduction, kind of a little bit what I said now, but really focused on the practice a little more. But it's okay. I'll give I think you'll have enough from what I said today and the practice that we do on this recording if you don't attend. But I thought it would just be good to repeat just very precisely about the practice. But you'll know enough by the end of the teaching that I will replay what to do and what the practice is. But there's a brief explanation. The closing practice is going to be something. So try. And we kind of just bring it all together on the closing and sort of close the practice. And it's I think it's going to be something that I think is amazing, and I hope you'll be able to join me. In the meantime, leading up to it, um, for those who wish to join, if you have time, try to do a Yori practice for 10-15 in the morning, minutes in the morning, and 10-15 minutes at night, and throughout the day when you remember, just a couple times, to try to have practice in it, a little practice on the clock, so to speak, and to activate it in you, and to have a certain degree of comfort. So when you go into the practice, you're a little more familiar with it, and therefore you'll be able to release into the practice, and you're less feeling that you're fumbling along a little bit with something that's just so new you've never done before. At least you'll have a couple days, which is, kind of all you need. So, it's, I don't know. I'm so looking forward to this, and I'm glad I decided to do it how I fully envisioned it to be. I always envisioned HP Shalom as teaching, and something switched in September, August, October. I can't quite remember. There's been a lot going on. Where when the Wednesday prayer gathering started, early October, when we started doing more of a practice as a group, because it's both study, understanding, learning, and then applying it. It's like a bird. Only practice without understanding and grounding, that's, God, Lord knows, that's disastrous. I've seen that too many times, really disastrous. And then just studying with no practice, well, a bird can't fly that way. Sadly, I wish that were the case. You have to do both. Personally, I had to study before I could practice. So I understand people who study, believe me, I had to understand it. But at some point, I'm like, this is useless. I have to practice, because what's the point? I have the knowledge, but I'm not applying it. And the people who wrote the books, especially the earlier books where they first explained the practices, they are writing it from their personal experience, because knowledge didn't come first, practice did. Well, there was some knowledge, but practice built it. There was a master somewhere, right? And then came other masters that grew it, and then others. But they could only really teach and improve and grow it or do whatever with it if they themselves didn't live it to a certain extent and have a deeper understanding and able to add to it. Do you see? So only knowledge is a bird with one wing. A bird with one wing is grounded. Only practice, only out there. You've got 1970s and you're flying, and I've seen really bad crashes or really off flying, and other birds get hurt. People on the ground get hurt. They hurt themselves. So it's really both knowledge and practice and God, the light of God, knowledge of God, the blessing of God, the faith in God, making us whole. Shalom and amen. So without further ado, and I hope to see you all and be with you all over the practice in a couple days, I will replay. It's been an hour. I wanted this to be short, but it launched into a whole thing. And I'm really glad, because I feel I said some really important things. This is definitely, when all this is put together, a super, super core teaching. This is just nuggets after nuggets, if I dare say so myself. Let's take 5 minutes and grab a water. People need a restroom break. We look at this pretty picture. Oh, you know what? How about the inspirational? subliminal or not subliminal encouragement, because you learn by practicing, and doing something like this really helps on the path. So let's do 5 minutes. So at 8:19, I will turn on the recording from Wednesday. And if you were here on Wednesday, I really encourage you to listen to it again. And, maybe later on in the week and in 2-3 weeks' time, also listen to this again. I've really given, God, I really dislike categorizing my things in this way. Really dislike it. But in my opinion, a master course on mantra. It's really like the heart. So this is what something to study would be this. But don't leave it in your mind. Apply it. Listen, get on the cushion, light your light. Do it. And then you understand what I'm saying is that's true and real, and you'll learn to fly. I do this not for me. I really don't. I really don't do this for my ego. I don't do this because, I'm this, Nobody really knows who I am. I like to keep it that way. I do this to give back what was given to me. I do this for God, and I do this because I feel it's my lifelong calling, and I'm wanted to do something to help people since the age of 12. That's why I do it, but it has nothing to do necessarily with me. I offer it. And it's offering a path so everyone can fly. Everyone can become and realize they're much more than they think they are. That people can heal. People can start moving away from living in the left or right sephirotes, the imbalance of masculine and feminine energies, into the central column, into the flow of Jacob's ladder, into the flow away from the left or right columns in the human body to the central one, the Kundalini channel, which is, I believe, the spine going up. Yes? In there, we find our wholeness, we find our sanity, we find our wisdom, we find greater health. The imbalances and energies in our mind and in our bodies are reflected in the world we live in today. If people lived in the central column of the sephirotes, if people lived in the central column in our physical bodies, we would be in Eden. God's presence will be very manifested in our actions and in who and what we are. We can't achieve this on our own. This is higher frequencies that we need to ground within us. Higher frequencies that bring up our frequency to something, a higher state of being. Frequencies on this planet, and because we live on it, and because we were born in it, because of our genetics and our families and our work environments, our relationships, everything that brought us down, fucked us up, pardon my French, or just made us what we were and going along fine, whatever. But we are creatures of this reality in this dimension. their improvement, more loving, more spacious, more open, away from disease, longer lifespans, greater wisdom, more expansive thinking of what we can be and can become, the improvements. That's literally frequency elevation. Drastic example. What's the frequency of a crocodile versus an egret? Another English word. A flamingo, an eagle. Really like the egret, a stork. Yes, look at it. Google it. You'll see it. That it's very dramatic, but everybody knows what an eagle is. So a crocodile and an eagle, what's the difference in frequency? It's huge, right? Very base, low, aggressive, predatorial. An eagle flies high, wise. It's very, very different. Both have to live, both have to eat, but how do they go about it? What's their life? How do they live? One is in the swamps, the other one is high up in the mountains, sleek, gorgeous, beautiful sounds, majestic. You look at them and go, wow. They live in balance with their environment. They eat what they need to survive. You see, it's different. High frequency, low frequency. So we see the same in human beings living in low frequencies and the ones living in higher frequencies. It's the movement from the lower chakras to the upper chakras, different levels of being, all while we're all still in the same place. So by bringing in knowledge of God and mantras, we are uplifting the frequencies that rest in us. So the ones we live in are resting frequency, right? Our home base becomes a higher and higher and higher. And that really requires something that's beyond this planet, beyond the normal frequencies here, because look at the frequencies that are here. They're not really here. And those that are all point to something else that's not here. Does that make sense? So when you bring in these mantras, and that's what they're trying to do, we are calling in, bringing forth the angels coming down from the upper Sephiroth. We're bringing down the energy in many ways from the crown chakra down past the heart and healing the lower chakras. At the same time, in the lower chakras, that energy is loosening it up. It's allowing it to resolve traumas, to release different ways of thinking and being, aligning, healing, straightening the energy channels so that energy that's stuck there, because it's pooling there, which causes it to kind of get stuck, starts flowing up, breaking up, slowly moving up, and then where we live from moves up slowly with time. And we start living in higher frequencies. Each chakra has a frequency to it. Each chakra is associated with a different level of being. By bringing in prayer, by living with good mitzvot, charity, actions, care, prayer for someone even if you can't help them, sending Yahweh Ori in the direction of someone who is lost, in need of it. Those lift our currents, lifts us up to a different way of being. And just like my father, who was in the heart chakra when he was leaving here, I literally saw it go up. It was at the throat. Then it was at the third eye. Last time I saw him, he was just right there. He stirred at the last moment, right last time I saw him, and he bolted straight up in bed. I don't think he could see me. I think he was blind at that point. God bless him. But he could hear me, and I immediately went up and I said, Daddy, you've been asleep for 3 days. I'm here. And he couldn't, he went back down, was losing consciousness. I grabbed his hand and said, Daddy, I love you. And I saw an explosion at his heart chakra. Massive. And this was a man very shut down, very German, and massive. And it was pink and red. And it went straight up into his head. And I'm like, oh, he's not going to be here too much longer. The energy goes back up to God. I had no worries. After he died, I didn't need to pray for him. People are like, you didn't pray after he died? I'm like, what's the point? It's obvious he went up. Why do I need to pray? I prayed before he died a lot. But after that, his path, because of the way he lived, not fully, but definitely how he cleared towards the end, and the prayers and the space I provided and the love created great healing in his heart. And the last words he heard on this planet, I believe, is his son, the one who he treated the most, the worst, mind you, said that he loved him, gave him full release. And then the frequencies shot straight up to God. It is a frequency game, my friend. Literally, it is all about frequency. And we have a choice. What frequency do we decide to live at? Because it is a choice. Do we continue the way we're doing it? And if it's good, please continue. Are we all full of it and not so good and just keep doing that? It's a choice. And no judgment. If that's what it is, not my business. But if we're there, and we all have room for improvement, and some more than others, do we choose to try to improve? And by doing that is relaxing that and bringing forth a higher frequency that heals and moves beyond that to different ways of being. And I think that's a very noble journey. And I have high respect for people who came from really not ways of being and walked good ways of being without judgment, but just trying to, it's what it is, who've walked the path of improvement. It takes guts and it takes work. And those who wish to improve themselves, to become increasingly better, more refined, doing that polish, to emanate better in one's frequency. It's a continuous path. And that path affects everything in our lives, our families, our pets, our yards, our work, how we live, how we die, and where we go afterwards. It's all a frequency game. The Sephiroths, right? You can't say that Keter is the same frequency of kingdom on the bottom. Just that don't make sense. You can't say the first chakra is like the crown or above. That's just not possible. If you look at lights, even light has different frequencies. The spectrum of light has different frequencies. The temperature on this planet, cold, higher. You see, everything has a bandwidth with different properties. So with us, so with our thinking, so with our actions. Perfect. Now 5 minutes, and I'm going to stop talking. I hope this has helped. And it's always a pleasure to share. It's the highlight of my week. I learn by listening to myself, and it inspires me to do better. So, so let's say, well, let's give 7 minutes, a little more time, right? So at 9:35, I will begin the recording. See you all soon, and thank you for joining me today. right. In the postings section of the website, I just added the image. You can download it by RIGHT, clicking it. And there are programs such as ChatGPT that will increase the resolution without distorting the image. And therefore, it could be bigger if you wish to print it out or use it on your phone or whatever you would like. And if you want to, make it a little less bright or what have you, feel free to adjust it as you would like. And I hope it blesses everyone. Having the name in Hebrew is a blessing. It's a sacred language. So having it in English is great for us, but having it in Hebrew is very important as well. So by having God's name or the name in Hebrew, if you print it and don't wish to have it anymore, it has to be burnt, like in the sink, buried, though I don't particularly like that one. And in the modern world with smoke detectors, I shred it with a prayer. It's kind of modern, but it's disposed in a proper way. And it's sort of, the name is, use flame, or I use a shredder sometimes. You say a prayer before you do it. So it's done mindfully and it's an honorable way. You just don't throw it in the trash. That's the thing you don't do. And I'm glad I'm speaking about this because there's a very important thing that is not in the talk. And I had discussed this previously, but quite a while back. These are sacred names of God. Do not use them. And I rarely say absolutes, but I will really say it. Do not, and do not use them in the wrong way. You don't weaponize names to hurt people. You don't use this and what you learn from this possibly in the wrong way. First thing, it is impossible to use God's name to hurt someone. It's a built-in protection. God don't hurt, and his name certainly would not. But I will guarantee you, it will double back on you and it will fuck you up. God don't like that. And these are positive, holy energies that you're cultivating. So, do it. You know what it will do? It'll probably heal you. It'll probably start healing you, but you won't feel very well because you'll get taught a lesson. Now, if you are wishing to learn and you're learning how to do it, it's very safe and it'll indulge you as you're learning. So even if something's said not quite right, you're learning and you're doing it with a good heart. There's no problem here. I'm talking about consciously deciding to try to pervert it. Yes. And same goes with the Hebrew, and same goes with the name, and same goes with the mantra. So it's important for me to really flag that. You use it with a good intent, wishing to heal, wishing to learn, wishing how and having guidance through the name on how to use it appropriately. That is honorable and that is proper, and it is a path, and you learn as you go. Use the name with the utmost reverence, especially the name Yahweh. Use it with an intent to grow and increase your frequency. If you go to it with that heart of intent that I just described, as well as the positive attributes I described earlier, it will work for you. Because you're doing it from a place of higher frequency. You're doing it from your heart. Even if you can't feel your heart yet, and for a lot of my early life, I couldn't. My parents did a very good job on shutting it down and making me very numb. but I started feeling it up here. So you could very much feel that heart chakra. It is actually the most powerful chakra in your body. And it's not small, it's huge. But at the beginning, you really can't feel any of this stuff. You can't feel the lowers, you can't feel the middle, you can't feel the top. I didn't feel any of them. But with the time, with the practice, everything begins to enliven, become more alive, and you start feeling things and understanding things you didn't think were possible. And you say it with a positive intent, and whether you feel it or not, that intent of care comes from the heart. And having that intent, which is a thought and a decision, begins actually to activate your heart. And it activates the name, and it activates the positive mitzvot and blessings of studying these teachings and doing the practices, which activates them, which in turn helps you understand them and bring in the blessings and activates the upper chakras, and your energy begins to move. And every piece of what I said influences the other piece. And it's like a circle. You do a little here, and then the blessings come, which help everything else that brought about the blessings. And now you've got a feedback loop that's continuingly strengthening itself. And then suddenly you're on the upward spiral, like a staircase, you're spiraling up. And what happens when you go up? Like a mountain, you go up, and you go from 100 feet or sea level, and now you're at 1,000 and 2,000. What higher frequencies, right? Isn't the air lighter? Doesn't everything feel more open and spacious? You go above the smog. You go above the clouds. You go above light pollution. You could see the stars. You know, it's always amazing how many stars we're surrounded by. We don't see them. When you're up there, it's like, whoa. And when I'm up there, I wonder, what would it be like living in a cabin up there? And that's your reality with these stars. And then you look at our society and we're like, what in the world is going on out there? Because we have that calibration of something pure, clear, high vibrational. You can feel the energies of stars. I know. I used to think that was so wacko. I really did. And I thought people who said that, I'm like, whoa, what are you smoking? And I might like to have a little bit of that to take the edge off. But it's true. You could feel the energy of the stars. You could feel the energy of the moon. The new moon, the full moon. And when there's no moon, the new moon, you could really feel that the stars have a subtle energy. And when you're up in a higher vibrational place where the air is thinner, where there's less for these energies to have to work through for you to feel, you begin to understand what the upper chakras are like, what the more subtle energies are. These are pure divine energies of sorts that come through from a purer place, that are less dense. And that's really what we're doing. We're making ourselves less dense. We are bringing in the higher frequencies, which are our birthright. Our bodies here were designed for that. We're cut off to the higher levels, which are our birthright to live in our bodies while we're here. We're not doing this to escape. Well, at the end of our life, we definitely want to escape. I mean, we're over here. We want to escape up. But while we're here, we would like to live that life from a different place. And you literally live a different reality than the person next to you, because the way you perceive, the way you think, the way you act, the way you organize your life the type of relationships you have, the type of relationships you don't have, is very different. You're living in a different world depending on the frequency in which you live. See, does that make sense? So treat these names with care, with love, with a desire to learn them. And even desire, I just want a little taste. I just want to see, how does this water feel? Don't worry, it's not going to gush in. It's not like overpowering. It's not going to take you over. It's very much a relationship. It's like you're approaching, a little cat or something. That's more than a cat, but you get a little closer and you see, okay, this is kosher. A little closer and you give it a little pet. Oh, how is it? Oh, it's purring. Oh, I like this, and you come to understand what it is. So you're kind of putting your water, your tippy toes in a pool. You look at it, you see all the descriptions, you approach, you look at it, you put your toe in. Oh, this feels kind of nice. So you go in the shallow end, wade in a little bit, you feel it, and like, okay, I kind of want to swim in this. And then you do it more. And you grow and you become a really, really good swimmer. And you realize that water, that mantra, the names of God, the energy of God, the frequency of God is what you were always meant to swim in from birth, with parents who swim in it, with a society that swims in it. That's our birthright. Sadly, that's not the case. But that doesn't mean we can't find it, that we cannot find it now. It means we can find it now if we would like to. At whenever our life is, at whatever stage, young, teenager, middle age, older, towards the very end, it's never too late to find it and to make a relationship. This is a relationship that you're building. And like any relationship, it starts somewhere and it grows. So may it be a beautiful start for those who are new and for those who've been with me for a while. May this name and the teachings I've given today and on Wednesday help it grow and flower. May it be fertilized and water and sunlight for you all and for me and for all of us. Amen. Here is Wednesday's teaching. Good evening, everyone. Hope you are well. Hope you're having a nice week. It's been super busy for me. I haven't stopped since early this morning. So I'll start with sort of a thing I'll be mentioning a little bit briefly for the next week or two. And I will give my brain a little time to, I think, link up to what I want to say next. So as people may know, I have up an archive which has 111 of my teachings. I've mentioned it last week and on Sunday, so I'm not going to go into it in detail, but I encourage everybody to download it, not because it's my teaching, but because if you feel called to, by downloading it, you've kind of doing what in American English we call banking it. That means we solidify it and we ground it. And that way, it's not a question whether it's on YouTube, whether you're able to have access on the internet, or whether it's still on the archive. You have it on your hard drive. So the link is attached to the description section of the teaching. And as I look at it, it's right there. So I will walk people through who wish to do it. And as you're listening, it could be downloading in the background. I tend to put things off and they don't get done, even though I intend to. They do get done, but, not right away. So I thought I'll walk people on how they want to do it if you feel so called. So it says 40 gigabytes. Don't panic. It comes compressed in a zip drive. It's only 27 gigabytes, which is not a lot if and it has all 111 video teachings that I've given over the last 2 years. So if you scroll down just a little bit to the right section, you'll see on the right-hand side, it says download option. If you go down to MPEG 4, about halfway down the list, if you put your little mouse on it, yes, you'll see a little arrow to the side, or you can click on it either way. Then is the list of all my teachings. But if you look at the top, there's a little gray thing under MPEG 4, and it says 111 files with a little down arrow. If you click that, it begins to download. Really simple. You don't need an account or anything to do this. My poor laptop, I tried it on my laptop. Maybe it was downloading in the background, but I didn't see any progression. I went on my iPhone, hit it, was downloading, no problem. I'm sure people will have no problem on their laptop, but if you do, I suggest you doing it on your phone because that's where it worked for me. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. It's just, I just find it important to save teachings when you find them. In my studies over several decades, I've grabbed books when I could find them, even though I knew that this is probably be on the shelf for 5 years. I was reading it and I'm like, well, this is way beyond me. But I knew enough to know that hopefully one day I will get to that. And sure enough, 4 or 5 years later, I'm like, where's that book? I know it's somewhere. And I'm so glad I had it because it was exactly what I needed at that moment. And I thought, you know what? Let me go back to that bookstore and see if it's still there. Well, the bookstore was closed, and no other bookstore carried a section with that great amount of books on that topic. And I wouldn't have remembered the title. So I've learned, and also with teachers, that when they're there, you should just save it. And if you don't want it, that's so easy. You could just delete it later. So it just anchors it for you. And if you feel called to, right below, there's a PDF if you scroll further down, and there's a small document. Oops, just reset itself. Actually, you don't even have to click PDF. You put right on PDF and there's the arrow. And there it is. That's the 81-page table of contents, which I painstakingly work through for their videos. It's not complete. It's still a draft. But the intent of it was you can do a keyword search for general topics, and hopefully it will lead you to where I discuss those teachings. Also, you can go through it, the titles or whatever, and I try to make it as descriptive as possible as to what I'm talking about. And there's a description and there's bullets for most of them. I have to go back and do it for all of them, which have the key topics. So by going through that, you can circle the ones that interest you, then go into the folder where all the videos are and find those particular teachings that interest you. And so the table of contents really makes the archive usable. Otherwise, it would just be one big hot mess that would be hard to find what you're looking for. So that was sort of the intent is to make my archive usable and searchable. And I think the PDF achieves that. It's going to get better as I finalize it. But right now it's in pretty good shape. And it was sort of important to me to kind of offer this to you without waiting for complete perfection, because it's important for you guys to have it if you feel like my teachings. And it sort of is me sort of officially publishing everything, and it's all free. So that's that on that. For the people who initially downloaded the 100 teachings and they need the additional 11, there are some technical problems. I'm solving them, and that particular link just for the 11, so you don't have to download the whole archive, is coming soon. I will put it up and you just click that and the 11, and then you'll have the complete set. Okay, so enough on that. We are not here to hear me talk about my archive, but it is, it contains a lot of information. And I've put everything there, all the most important stuff. And the 55 or so core teachings are really core teachings. They're the bedrock. So it's really not fluff. And it brings in different traditions, a lot of things that I've learned, a lot of interesting things that I've experienced. And hopefully is able to serve as a guide. I don't do this for myself. I certainly don't do this for my ego. I do this to offer what others have offered to me for those who are interested. And may it be a light onto the world. That was my intent. And which is a perfect segue to what I want to discuss. It's interesting during this season, which has the shortest day of the year, and therefore there's the least daylight in the year, that there's a lot of talk about light, L-I-G-H-T, and bringing light into the world, being a light in the world, the song I've been playing, bringing positive change and positive influence by one's presence, by shining a light in the darkness. Even if we don't do anything overtly, complicated English, even if we don't do anything that's obvious, that other people can see. So even if we don't do anything that's obvious to others, and we just have our little practice at home, a little study, and we try in our own way to live the best life, that has a positive influence, a frequency that sort of emanates. We bring a positive addition to the world. At worst, we should have a neutral addition. We never bring anything bad out. At worst, it has neither a good or bad effect. But ideally, the world is a little better place because we're in it. We practice, we pray, we study, we try to understand, we try to better ourselves, we try to heal ourselves. We don't blame ourselves. We learn from the past and we try to do better. We try to do our best in any situation, and we can never do better than our best. And with time, our best becomes better and better. So we're on the positive side of an improvement. Yes, and we're continuously improving. None of us are perfect. We're all on the path, and we all try to do the best we can, hopefully, with a good heart of positive intent. Yes, and sometimes situations are challenging and difficult, but we try to put, like you say, a good foot forward. Yes? And so when we practice and when we're here, We come for understanding. We come for healing. And it's not that we're ill, like I've said before. It's not like we're damaged, but there's a form of repair, a realignment to perfection, which we do not judge ourselves by, but we do realize there is something that's possible that we can strive towards, but not judge ourselves for not being. Because, let's face it, this world ain't easy. We were not born in perfect families. Our genetics and our minds are not perfect. That's human nature. But what do we decide to do? Do we give in to our lesser instincts? Or do we give in to the better parts of ourselves? Do we strive for the better part of ourselves? Do we make that decision? And so, collectively, everyone on the planet, our economic systems, our ecological nature, weather, rain, right, drought, fire, all the rest of it, right, all affect us. And so, in this season of the darkest year, in this season of the Festival of Lights, in this season of manifesting positive light, of being a force or incarnations manifesting that bring a positive influence on our planet, morality and ethics and guidance. Are we ourselves a person who does bring positive morality and ethics in the way that we can? So I've been contemplating candles and light clearly, as you can see. And we're going to continue that today. And I've been contemplating about New Year's Eve. This year, was what it was. Good, bad, ugly, horrific, beautiful. It's a mixture of everything. There were births, there were deaths. There's hope, there's despair. There was great success. There were failures. There is everything under the spectrum in this world. What's next year going to be like? In many traditions, the New Year's Eve, 31st of December, is a time that a lot of people go into retreat or prayer. A lot of people, some people, meditate and pray at midnight time, their time. Take an hour or two leading into it, and at that midnight hour to pray, to shine light unto the new year, that it may be a good year, it may be a positive year. To try to hope that maybe it'll be a little better year than it otherwise would be, because they've prayed it in with hope and prayer and asked for blessing and sent blessings for the year to come. We know it'll be a mixture of many things. It always is. We live in duality. There will be births, there will be deaths, there will be successes, there will be failures. There will be everything under the sun. But we can pray that God will be there, that the failures and the deaths and everything else, or the indifference or the hate or whatever's negative won't be as bad, because we pray that it'll be okay, that it might be a little better, that it might be a little better than this year. We hold the hope, we hold a flame and a candle to the new year, and we pray it in. And so I'm offering that we get together as a group on New Year's Eve. Now, everybody's New Year's Eve is at a different time. I'm so blessed and fortunate that you guys are all over the planet. And with the miracle of technology, we all live in different time zones. So, if one is able and one wishes to, you can take some time on New Year's Eve or doing New Year's, the 31st during the day, to pray. You can set your alarm an hour before midnight if you're already asleep to wake up, which is what I'm going to do because I'm an early person to sleep. And pray it in your time. Set up your candles, pray. Do your practice, do some reading from a sacred book. You will be joined with other listeners and other people of other faiths or whatever who will be doing exactly what you're doing, leading in your time zone. I will convene at 11 p.m. or maybe 11:30. I haven't fully thought this through yet. I've been contemplating it for a week though, on Pacific time, leading into midnight Pacific time. And I thought that would be a beautiful thing. If people feel so inclined, they could do an all-day retreat leading into the new year. Or take walks and pray during your walk. Be mindful during that time. Or if you decide to go out and party, which I've done in the past, when the clock strikes 12, say a prayer. Yell Happy New Year, but say a prayer. May it be a good year. May God be with us during this year. May God be assistant and there and available to people who need Him. May He hear our prayers. Or if you believe in the universe, say the universe. Whatever it is, it's a positive aspiration that you put out there. And you put it out there, and you know what? And you don't do it for this reason. It has a positive effect on you. The blessing actually comes back to you as well. Because you had the heart of remembrance, the heart of care, the heart of thinking, you know what? I'm going to put a prayer that there'll be the light of hope, the light of compassion, the light of success, the light of health, and the light of holding when there aren't those things as well. We remember the heart of love. And ultimately, those who walk in faith, we're the manifested heart of God here. The light is the light we shine because we're physically here. We become the light in the darkness. And for those who believe in other faiths or in the universe, we can be the light of perfection as best as we can, the light of truth with a capital T, the heart of care with a capital C. And I think taking a little time, even if it's 15 minutes before, or having a practice, or choosing to do a whole day retreat, I think it's a beautiful thing. Throughout the day and as I sleep, when I wake up intermittently during the night, I will say a prayer for everybody on those time zones who will be celebrating at that time, because midnight sort of travels the world. And with all of us doing it with an intention, we make a difference. The prayer does make an effect. We do make a positive change. Yes? So we're going to move into our prayer practice, but I made an error and I wanted to sort of fix it slightly. I put out a teaching that I meant to edit before putting it back out, and it was a recent one. And so people might have listened to it. I apologize. And it's in the archive currently, and I have to swap it out. It's when I encourage everybody to exercise. I sort of corrected it the following Sunday. But as people have noticed, sometimes when I say something I want to fix, I either hop in at the beginning of a recorded teaching by editing it or in the middle, and I neglected to do it. So I said it's important to exercise to have good health. And so I recommended the gym and everything. You know, I lived many years in a different world than exists now with, I don't know what they are, 4 respiratory diseases. Now apparently there's a horrible flu going around. And there's COVID and God knows everything. So be careful. When I say go to the gym, my mind was 10, 15 years ago, where you didn't have to worry about these things. God, I wish we can go back to that time. So be careful. Everybody's inside. There's a lot going around. A flu is bad. Maybe exercise at home. Just be careful. And so I wanted to put that in the teaching because I don't want to encourage something that's half thought, which I may not do myself, given all of these things that's going around. Or I may wear a mask when I do it. Protect my lungs. Because when we're a light in the world, what we do, we're just not doing for ourselves, but we're doing it for others, for our families, for the positive effect or vibration we have at work to carry forward. So by learning over years and growing and healing, our light can be bigger. We could be available in 5-6 years by being here and healthier, but maybe the world's a little different, but we got there. And maybe our light would be able to be much larger than what it is today. So we watch our health, we watch everything, and we are careful, and we're mindful how things change. In a way, there's a responsibility of self-care as well. I've said in the past, when you start the path, it's okay to focus on yourself. I've said it many times, actually. We're all about helping others, but we're not good to help others until we've taken care of ourselves first. So at the beginning, you focus on one's things that need to be improved, one's health, wherever one's issues are. It could be anger, all sorts of things. You work where you are and you focus. And at some point, as you create a stability and your home, yourself, your body becomes more whole, WHOLE, then there's extra bandwidth, extra ability, extra strength to start focusing around you. Now, for some people, they don't need to focus on themselves first. They already come in pretty good. I was not one of those people. It was a mess. So, right? So there's always a focus on the candle is no good if the wick, the little cloth, is damaged, or the holder doesn't hold it, or the wax isn't able to hold the oil or whatever goes on. So we are mindful and we are looking on how to live properly, how to eat, how to manage our health, taking medications we need, don't taking extra medications we don't need. What do we take enough of? What do we take too much of? And try to find that equilibrium, that balance. And so when we do our practice, it's not just if we do a practice to send out light, or a practice, lack of a better word, for healing. But healing really can be about finding balance in oneself. That's healing. To be away from the extremes. So out there that we're reckless, or so compassionate that we completely neglect ourselves. And then we kind of, in a way, snuff our own candle. Because we're so out there, we're not mindful of what we need. And therefore, we're no good in the future because we've messed ourselves up. Yes? Or so generous that we're completely poor, and then there's no more generosity we can give because we don't even have enough for ourselves. So you see, there's our being not generous enough. So it's all you, but you don't care about anybody else. So there's always an extreme on this planet where there's one thing, there's always the polar opposite. It's just the way this dimension, Earth, whatever we are, is. What we're trying to find is the right balance. Not too cold, not too hot, not too high, not too low. Sort of the perfect sort of zone where we can give the right mix that the situation requires. And how do we know what the right mix is or is not? Or what to do or what not to do, what to say or not to say? And how to go about it or how to not go about it? Well, you determine that by using one's wisdom. Wisdom. And that's more of an intellect. There's a lot of very smart people, but there's no wisdom. They don't know how to apply it, or they apply it wrong. There's a lot of knowledge, a lot of abilities, but how do you apply it? What decisions do you make at the end of the day? Wisdom is different than intelligence. Very helpful to be very intelligent, but intelligence paired with wisdom, now you have something. You should look it up if English is not your first language, and find the equivalent that's in your language, WISDOM. And why do I mention that? Wisdom's at the core. There's wisdom one learns, though it's hard to learn it. But I'll share what I mean with that in a moment. There's a more grounded wisdom that comes from learning from people around you, or books, listening to me, listening to others. You sort of get into the pool of it, right? And you sort of get the flavor of what it is and how to go about analyzing and seeing, and things to contemplate that you didn't think to contemplate before. You grow in knowledge in a way, right? And you become wiser, more knowledgeable on how to apply, more thoughtful, less impulsive, right? Wise people are not very impulsive by nature, unless they know quickly what to do, and they act in wisdom. And there's a transcendental, I've been using that word a lot, something beyond wisdom. So when you're in the central column or the central channel or the third eye, which I have yet to talk about, I so apologize. You're connected more when you pray a lot and you get that Wi-Fi signal with God, when you're connected to that copper wire with the hotline, that red phone to God, which I've spoken about in the past. When you start developing that connection, suddenly you have these aha moments, or you just know what to do. And with time, you kind of slowly get comfortable with and knowing that it is the right thing. It just clicks and you know. And then with experience, you realize it is correct. And it's not some subconscious thing that's you think's correct and it's not. And you get really, pardon my French, really fucked up. So you have to be careful here. So there is a wisdom that's beyond intellect, beyond knowing and not knowing. Yes, it's real. Yes, take my word for it. Yes, with time you will find it for yourself. It takes practice. It takes a repair. It takes being balanced. Do you notice central column of the Sephirotes? Not too extreme. All the Sephirotes in balance. Not too much in the masculine or in the feminine. You're in the central. Energy going up to Kundalini. That means it's flowing properly in the body and the chakras are aligned and flowing properly. So there's a path to attain that. Because one's mind is in balance, you're able to bring transcendental knowledge from above, which supplements the knowledge that's in the gray area of your brain. So it's much more than 1 + 1 = 2. It's the wisdom of, does that even matter? Or does 1 + 1 doesn't even matter in this situation? It's all about what does blue mean with green? That's the right question. That's partially intellect and it's partially wisdom. Or what does 2 even mean? See, it is an intellectual, but is there also a wisdom aspect? Something that's beyond the math, beyond the normal understanding. Yes. So when we're the light onto the world, we do it in a wise way. What's required in that situation? Where do we overextend ourselves and then put ourselves in danger? Or does the light need to be more internal for this season or not? Is it a good time to speak up at work or just to shut the F up, because then you'll be targeted? And then you're the one suffering. So and which practice is good for this moment in your life? I teach so many. Please don't practice all of them, because then you won't be good with any of them. You learn the one that you need for the moment that you feel called to. And with time, if that shifts, then you learn that one. And if you feel that now it's time for another one because you want one that focuses on something else that's coming up in your life, which is wise, then you look for the next one. And with the course of time, in 5-6 years, you realize you've practiced 10 of the different practices. And by learning, or 5 or 3, and by learning other ones, you're actually learning the rest. Because as you do different ones and you see how they're different and how they affect you differently, the knowledge on the rest actually naturally comes, because you have a wider understanding of the concept of what's going on, because you've tasted. Like if you taste grapefruit with orange, with grape, with apple, well, you have a pretty good idea as to what fruits taste like. So if somebody says, oh, this one does this and it does that, a little acidic, but a little minty, you kind of have an understanding of what that is, because you have an experience. And with wisdom, one begins to know how to walk the path. You can go through a table of contents and be like, oh, this one's good. Oh, this calls me. Oh, you know what? This is I don't feel like for right now for this one. And you guide yourself. You guide yourself in the world. You guide yourself in the new year. You guide yourself with intelligence, with wisdom. And when you don't know something and you think you're out of your depth, you research it. And if it's important, and you learn it, if it's necessary, and you check on the source to make sure it's kosher and it isn't going to F you up. So it's a way of walking through life. I hope the practices that we do by helping us find our alignment, to realign ourselves into something more, how to put it, closer to something more perfect, more ideal, more whole, where we hope to become, yes, we are able to walk in a better way with more wisdom and knowledge and abilities. Our flame grows brighter, and with a brighter flame, there's a brighter world. And we don't walk alone. As a religious person, we have Adonai, we have God. If you believe in the universe, believe in the universal perfection. As human beings, we are not perfect. It is harder and harder to find things that even resemble anything leading to perfection that's here, sadly, right? So many people we believe in and then we're disappointed. Or we think this and then we find out it's not what we thought. But there is a source where we come from and where we hope to return to. And that is perfect. And we call the place Eden, or we can call it heaven, where the issues that we have as human beings are resolved, where the duality of love and hate and sickness and health, which exist here in this reality, doesn't exist in other realities. It's not the same. And so we work here because we care, because the heart that has love and care and burns a bright flame resembles the energy and the heart that exists in the higher dimensions. And that ultimately is the ultimate reality. So we're already in the slipstream, in the current of that reality while being here. And that reality naturally cares, naturally compassionate, naturally loving. It's a higher world, right? Heaven, right? Higher frequency. We could say a higher dimension. Do you see how it just all kind of links up if you kind of think about it? Right? I've had many aha moments as these things have clicked with me over the years. So don't think it just, for me, it was not that obvious. You don't think about these things in the modern world and click, 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 click. You kind of have to be like, oh yeah, that is. If I line this up with that, it kind of means this, which means this sort of exists. Right? And then you have an understanding of where you are now and how that lines up. And so we naturally develop that connection to greater sources of help that are beyond each other and this world, because we're connected to what's eternal, what came before, what came after, and is still here present today. We just can't quite see it, but we can certainly connect with it. Right? The Shekhinah of God is in everything. Without that presence, there would be nothing here. Nothing here is permanent. Wood you could burn. Cement, even cement corrodes. I heard they developed cement. There might be more, but it took a lot of technology to develop cement that would last 1,000 years. Imagine that. Something so solid would not last more than 1,000 years. Rocks come and go. I think dirt comes from rocks. I mean, seashells and stuff become sand, and then sand can become glass, and then glass can break, and water can evaporate. There's nothing permanent here, my friends. We're alive. Well, one day we won't be. Our bones will even be gone. There'll be no trace of our physical self. But what animates our bodies? What brings life to this world? These are things to contemplate about, because it gives a perspective as to, oh, this is kind of what's going on here. So what is real? R-E-A-L. What is going on here? And how do I live a good life? These are philosophical point of views of questions that are important to contemplate. Didn't mean to spring you on that on a Wednesday evening. Did not intend to go down this little valley of questions to keep people awake at night. But it comes to, how do you live ultimately? When your time is here, what are you doing here? Is it meaningful? What does one do here that would survive? A place that really doesn't have any permanence. And my answer to this, and the answer of many people I've studied, is love and care and trying to have the highest frequency possible, which in turn helps each other so we all get home. When the Shekhinah lifts, what's left? Anything that's alive and good goes with it. And then it's home. And are you sure it exists? Does it not exist? Well, look, when I started, I wasn't that sure. I'll admit it. When I was young, how do you know? I had faith. It's interesting, as you walk the path, you just end up knowing. You just know. And you have no doubt, and you know it's true. How? It's transcendent. There's enough lining up that occurs that the faith becomes solid and becomes a fact. And then as you study and pray more, you don't find anything that contradicts that from an intellectual point of view. Just because something can't be proven does not mean it doesn't exist. And yes, it can be proven. As one walks the path, you feel it. So even though you can't really have anybody else feel it, which is sad because that would help them, but your frequency, your conviction, your care, how you manifest, people be like, oh, this must be something there. Look at this person. I've been in front of very, very blessed people. You walk into the room and, whoa, the whole frequency in the room changes, and you look at them and you're like, oh my God. Whoa. You just like, that's a living saint. And you're like, how in my lifetime am I in front? There's a living saint on this planet? That blows the mind. But you always think they're in the books, they're in history. You look at them, and there's literally a bright light in front of you, and you just see the face is radiant with unconditional love. And I could see people's frequencies a little bit. And you literally see the frequency shooting straight up. And you're like, whoa. You have no doubt where they're going in the future. They're halfway there. I mean, they're all the way there, actually, but pretty much, but they're still anchored here. But the vibration is of a whole different world while anchored here. They have a full heart of God. They are light on the world. And they're a beautiful example and teaching and inspiration to the rest of us. May they forever be blessed as well as us. So we're going to turn to our practice. And I think on Sunday, I cannot say this as well as I just said it tonight. So we might start at 6 o'clock a.m., a little earlier, where I would play this. And then I'll hop in at 7 so everybody can hear it. Or I'll hop in at 8. I want to have a live presence on Sundays. I was told not to stop teachings when they flow. But Sunday is the main day. But I sort of went there to, if people want to join us on New Year's Eve. See, I looped it all back. And make it a prayerful day. A little here, a little there, or people might want to make it a full day. Or just set your alarm at 11:30 p.m. Drink a little tea or little cold water on the face and light that candle for the new year. Light that light. Who knows what it'll be, but it'll be maybe a little better. There'll be maybe a little more hope, or a little more compassion for someone who needs it, or a little more help for someone who needs it, or somebody will be able to connect with God when he or she needs it. Maybe just a little extra than there otherwise would have been had you or I not sat in front of our candle on New Year's Eve and put out that intention, put out those prayers, and sent out that hope of care to our world. So let's take 3 or 4 minutes. My feet are asleep. And let's drink a little water and stretch a little bit. And then I think, look, let's, if it's okay with people, why don't we use the Ori, O-R-I, light, right? So Yahweh Ori, Adonai Ori, Emmanuel Ori, Elohim Ori. We can use that name. Pulling something up here. I want to see the exact wording that I used on my PDF on the names of God, which, by the way, is found on the website if people are looking for it. Trying to be consistent here. One moment. It is officially one of the 72 names of God. And I want to say it exactly how I said it in my PDF. So Yahweh Ori would be Yahweh my light. So what we're doing here Emmanuel, Ori, Adonai, Ori, all the names of God you can use. So what we're doing here is, and it's what page of the PDF here? Let's see. Page 2. And if you look at it, it's not all 72 names of God, but really a lot of them. O say Shalom, maker of peace. El Tamin, perfect God. El Emet, God of truth. Really beautiful. You really learn the attributes of God. El Amen, faithful God. Faithful to us. Faithful to his promises. Faithful to his covenant with us. The covenant's not just us to his, but he made a covenant with us as well. El Wakum, merciful God. El Olam, everlasting God. Yahweh Yishi, Yahweh my salvation. Just stop there. So Yahweh Yishu, Yahweh my salvation, in a way, is similar to Yahweh Ori, Yahweh my light. By connecting and saying God is our light, we are attaching to God, and a light leads the way, right? So there's the light in the darkness. There's the light at the end of the tunnel, at the end of the path. Lights guide us. Lights give luminescence so we can see things. Without any light on this planet, if there was no sun or candles, we would bump into things. So by saying that Yahweh is our light, we're saying that Yahweh sort of illuminates our world, helps us to see, is the guiding principle in our life. In that way, we have aligned ourselves with God as our leader, as our guide, and as our salvation. Because without light, we're lost. And light is high frequency. It's not a stone that falls. Light is bright. It's a high frequency. It's bright. It's transcendent. It's a very interesting element. It's not like the other elements. And it could be kindled, it can be turned on, and it can be extinguished. It's there and it's gone. It's very interesting, and it can grow brighter or it can go softer and smaller. And so when we do a practice, Yahweh or Hashem Ori, when we say that while looking at our prayer space, for me the Aleph is in the background, and it illuminates our space, I'm increasing the frequency that I relate with God. It's hard to explain. I'm going to take a moment to think of that while we take our break. But by doing the practice, we feel the energy that's being created, because we're saying one of the 72 names of God, and it has its power. And you can feel the frequency. There's a charge to it. And by doing the practice, we increase our frequency, our charge. And therefore, as we go around, we carry that with us. And as we pray for others, or New Year's Eve, for our planet, for each other, for the new year, we send out that light. And so our practice becomes more than just our practice or how it affects our family or the community that we interact with, our work, our place of worship, wherever we go, but we send it out to the whole planet. And then the light increases and it's a positive effect. And we don't have to do anything other than to take the time in our practice. And so saying Yahweh Ori or Hashem Ori or Adonai Ori, it's a practice of, it's a power practice. I don't know how to quite say it. We're not so much asking for healing, but it is a certain oomph to it that's different than other names. And as one does these different ones, you come to an understanding of the power of words and syllables. And you realize for certain things, it does certain things. And so I think it's an important practice leading into the new year. And so we'll come back in 5 minutes and we'll do the practice for a little bit. And practice together, which I always find to be very beautiful to practice with you all. So in 5 minutes, we will reconvene. So 8:16. Okay, see you soon. Okay. We'll make their way back a little bit. Not sure if 5 minutes were quite enough time. Oh, there's my voice. I guess it's coming through, which is always good. I always have the fear of talking into a muted microphone. So I gave it some thought and looked into it. Since technically I am introducing a new name of God, and it is one of the official 72. Oh, yeah, to go back. So actually some of the earliest, yeah, over 2 years ago, starting that October 2 years ago. So 12, 24, 26 months ago. The first teachings that I really recorded that are in the archive actually, were on the names of God. And that's when I first introduced the concept. And I've been speaking a little bit throughout, but they are 72 names of God spoken in the Torah. That's where they come from. The website has a whole little thing about it on the names of God, how many times they're said, certain ones. I don't list all of them. The latest was the PDF that I've alluded to, as what I felt are the main ones. One of these days I'll create a PDF with all of them. But you really get an understanding of God when you read these names. And the qualities: protector, healer, light. So here's a little something on Yahweh Ori. So it's not merely a description of God. The name behaves like light in the human field. That's what I was trying to get towards. It's a mantra. We repeat it. So it's not describing God. This is why I teach repeating names. We invoke that frequency of it, so it emanates. It's not saying the wall is gray. By repeating it, the grayness comes out. I shouldn't use gray. Let's say blueness of it comes out. It emanates blue. Right? But a mantra of that wouldn't do anything. There's no power to it. When we have a name of God that's sacred, that comes from a very sacred ancient text, it has a power when we repeat it, and the power that comes from this name is light. I'll get into what the light is in a moment. So there's three sort of things to it. It, like I said, it radiates. All right, another English word. Something that radiates is something that comes from it. So uranium, what comes from it is radiation. Radiation. So light from a candle, what comes out, what radiates from it is light, right? So from this, it comes from, out from it. Light comes out from light. It doesn't push, it doesn't order it, what's around it. It just grows from its center. It's not interrupted. And it fills everything that's around it that's open to the light. So in a way, you could say it's the way a sunrise comes up over the land and fills a valley and a forest and a town and a city, an ocean, with light. It just fills it, doesn't push away anything. It just naturally comes forth. So that's a property of Yahweh Ori. It doesn't command, it doesn't do anything, it just naturally shines forth. So it brings clarity. It reveals what's around you. And removes any distortion, anything that's off. Light purifies, it makes things that aren't clear, clear. And it helps with our alignment, our ability to manifest. It lifts our vibration, gives us a more upright spine, more of a confidence. It's the attribute of the element of light, the positive ones, because the light of God doesn't burn. It's a gentleman. It heals. It's warm. It could be 24 karat. Do you see? It's not the light that you put into a candle and you get burned. It's not sharp. It's like a sunrise. It fills, it uplifts, it gives life, it gives color. Without the sun and sunlight, there would be no life on this planet. Yes? So it reveals without forcing anything. So the sun doesn't need to do anything. One doesn't need to do anything because one can sit with that frequency and it just comes out. So for New Year's Eve or this practice, we don't necessarily need to do anything outside in the world. That's the power of practice. Because by merely doing the practice and invoking the sacred name, we improve and heal ourselves. We increase our ability to radiate light, a frequency that's higher. Yes? And that in itself has an effect. Without having to move, say, or do anything. Because the light radiates, emanates from. And yet the candle that I'm in front of hasn't moved, yet it fills the entire room. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see anything. Yes? It's passive, but yet it's active in its passivity. It just naturally does its thing. So I wanted to touch a little bit, and I'm not going to really get into it because it's a whole teaching, and I don't think I've really mentioned this before. Each name, well, I think I have, but since I'm on the topic, I didn't know I'd be giving a teaching on the 72 names of God tonight. Whoa. Well, as I'm guided, people should choose the name that they feel called to at the beginning. And you should practice the name you feel called to. And with time, you learn different ones. I started with Elohim, worked with Abba, went through the whole line, ended up with Yahweh, and I seem to be here and may never leave. But they each have different properties. So saying Elohim Ori, Hashem Ori, Adonai Ori, Elohim Ori will cause a different frequency when compared with the Ori. Because it's not just saying all the different names of God, because they all translate, well, you could translate a little differently depending on which you go, but at the end of the line, it's a name of God. But the frequency of that particular name is different. And one begins to discover that. Abba Ori, Elohim Ori. Ah, well, that's a good example. So listen, get a little. Where's my glass of water? So feel the frequency difference. Abba Ori, Elohim Ori, Adonai Ori, Yahweh Ori, Hashem Ori, Emmanuel Ori. It sounds a little different, right? The tone a little, well, it brings up different manifestations, different ways that the light comes or affects. And I just open that concept to you. I'm not going to dive into this right now. I would need to prepare. But as one practices, one begins to have an understanding of the different names. Let me give you one now, make it very clear. El Shaddai Ori. Do you see how that one clearly is in a different class than the others? Yet that's also a name of God. That one's very authoritative, very commanding, very powerful. That's just blasting out the light. It's commanding the light. You see the difference? So I mentioned that as a sort of, look at that. And that's something for you to contemplate and to explore with your practice, especially if you've already worked with one name and are now on another one. And you don't need to be, mind you. But if you have had that experience, and especially if you've had an experience with one name, and now you're having an experience with another name, that's when it gets interesting. You could ask yourself, well, what's the difference between the two? How is my experience with this name different than the experience with the other name, and why? And as you discover and come to understand the difference, you begin to discover the power of mantra and how words and syllables and different empowerment for different names work. And then you grow in your understanding. And then your toolkit grows, because then you realize Ori isn't just Ori. What word do you put in front of it? And it could be even a name you don't normally use, because as you work with one name, then you work on a second. The third comes really, really easy. And the fourth or fifth, you don't really have to use all that often, because it's sort of all kind of unlocked. I don't do a lot of practices with El Shaddai, because when I do, boy, and so it's sort of there in the kit. But you don't really need to I didn't need to particularly activate it, because it kind of came with the rest. For people who have started, it is the most challenging. It is the most, I don't like using this word. It's the most difficult when you start. It's like you learn to ride a bike. Well, that little training bike with the little wheels on the other end, what do they call it? The child's bike with the little wheels, and being able to ride without the training wheels on the back, right? It's the most difficult, right? Because you're learning how to ride, how to have your balance so you don't fall down. And then the training wheels go off, and then you go 2 feet and you crash. I remember doing that. Or you go 10 feet, you get a little speed and you think you got it, and then you really crash, right? We don't crash with the names. That's not possible. So I just take that out of your mind. But once you do learn to ride a bike, you don't have the same problem when you learn to ride a dirt bike. Yes, I am a guy. I did have a dirt bike. and then a 10-speed bike, right? And then you do a bicycle, a motorcycle, which I cannot do. I find them very scary. But the learning curve isn't as hard because you know how to ride. So it's the same with a mantra. So as you start, you be patient, you work with it. Just say it. Don't think of what's going to happen. Don't whatever. You just do it. Same with riding a bike. You just do it. How do you find your balance? I don't know. With practice. And then suddenly you're not falling. You don't fall off a mantra. Don't worry. But what you do is you start experiencing it. And you start experiencing it by doing it. And being open. Not saying this will never happen, I'll never feel it. Well, all those thoughts will pretty much make sure you don't feel anything because they'll overwhelm what you could feel. And the thing that helped me, this water, I can't believe I'm giving a whole teaching on mantra. See, here I am teaching on a Wednesday night. Well, so the thing about a mantra, what helped me, so I didn't feel anything. And I said, okay, I'm expecting a wave. I think somebody gave me this tip. It might have been one of my teachers. I don't remember. It's so long ago. I focused on a little something I was feeling that I didn't feel when I started. And let me tell you, it wasn't a lot. Just a little, what's going on here? Now, I didn't focus on it because it would take my attention from it forming because my thoughts would overwhelm it. And now I'm no longer feeling anything because my mind and my thoughts have taken the focus of the energy in my body. Oh, this is getting out there. So, right? So what you feel is where your awareness is at. If you're thinking, all your awareness goes to your mind. But a mantra is more, it's a whole body felt sense. You start analyzing the feeling you're feeling, the energy will go to your mind and you'll stop feeling the energy that's coming into your body from the name. Does that make sense? Okay. So whatever you feel, okay, maybe it's nothing, but maybe it's something. So you look with an open mind and see how it develops. So it's like feeling a little wind in a room, a little coolness. Right? This is an example. It won't feel cool. COOL. But you're in a room and you feel just a little draft and it's a little cool, right? So you slow down and you feel it. And because you're feeling it and you've stopped moving and your attention is placed on it, you realize it's not a small little draft, but it's actually much more. Because you've slowed down, you feel more of it. Do you see what I'm getting towards? You're open. And it's okay if you have it wrong and you're like, oh, that was nothing. Oh, that was probably a little indigestion or I had an itch. That's fine. Have a little laugh. It's no biggie. But sooner rather than later, you will realize what you're feeling is actually growing. And then you realize that can't be an itch and it can't be anything other than the name. It's an energy. And you find it actually very relaxing and very healing. And you look at it with curiosity. You're like, what in the world? And you get confidence. Doesn't mean you necessarily trust it wide awake. Some people might find it a little scary. It really isn't. It's blessed. But it's something different that comes. Why do it if it doesn't do anything? If it's a prayer, just say the prayer and get up and be done with it. Why do we recite it so many times? Why do we have prayer beads? To infuse and work with the energy. It's like bringing the energy forth, right? So you open and you experience and you're like, oh my God, this is what it is. And you see how your body relaxes. You see how your mind shifts for the better. You see how you're better the next day, or a pain that should have lasted for 3 or 4 days because you've had it many times only lasts for a day. And you're like, oh, that's just a fluke, right? But then each time you have the pain, you start saying the mantra and you realize it doesn't last as long as it would have had you not said the mantra. And then you're realizing, whoa, what's going on here? And that's how you start having confidence. You begin to realize that what I'm saying is not all out there and crazy, but you realize, oh, this is really kind of what's going on here. And then you get and develop a relationship with the name of God, and you've grown in your ability. It starts slow, like lifting weights. And it's sometimes at the beginning, you might have to say it 100 or 200 times before you start feeling anything. Rest assured, there will come a period in your time that you only need to say it once and you have the full effect. Or twice or 3 times. And by the 3rd time, you are transcendent. Not just the mantra, you are at that point completely transcendent. But you've worked on yourself. It's aligned your sifrots, it's aligned your chakras. You've reconnected with the living breath of life. And the living breath of life has many different qualities. The light isn't just light, it also has compassion, it has life, it has healing, it has protection. There's so much in these names of God. Everything that is good, holy, sane, perfect is in it. And it's not aggressive. It realigns us with our birthright. And with certain names like Yahweh Ori, it allows us to shine a light in the darkness. And that's why I believe in this day and time, around the darkest day of the year and moving into the new year is a beautiful time to get to know this name. Not only for others or this planet, but the light comes not from the name, but the light comes from within us. We emanate the name as it comes and emanates us, increases our vibration. It works with us in partnership. Does that make sense? So to give a very clear example on how the names are different. If I want to emanate light into a room, I would say El Shaddai Ori. That's the power of the name. I say it, but the name itself has power that the name forcefully goes through the room. You see a difference? This is I don't think I've given a teaching this direct on the names before. Boy, I must have eaten my cereal this morning. Does that understand? Yahweh Ori comes from within us. And it emanates forth like a candle. A different name, El Shaddai Ori, commands the light. Different. This has been an advanced teaching on mantra, and I hope it blesses you all. I think it will really help. I think there's been some aha moments. And you try and you see and you grow with it. I've grown with it. I worked with it. I tried it out. I tried different names. One, ooh, I don't feel so good with this. And you go to another one. Oh, this works. And then suddenly like, I'm not feeling anything with this one anymore. It might have worked for that day and time and led you to the next one. Do you see? Sort of like a ladder, a stepping stone. Or there are times that I start with one, even in our prayer practice, when I say, oh, we're going to do this one today. And suddenly 2 minutes later, I'm shifting to a whole different one. But I feel that somehow is needed and aligns things, and it actually enhances everything. One starts learning the flow as they shift naturally. When I was starting out with the names of God, they naturally, sometimes I would start with one, and it was this way for a while. The same pattern. I would start with one, it would last between 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes, and then suddenly, without a conscious thought, I would switch to another one. And it was always the same second one and the same first one. And then after 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, I just naturally would shift to the third. They were different names of God, mind you, and there might have been different names afterwards. At the first, on the PDF, on the first sheet, you see some of the names that I've discovered myself. And there's 2, and sometimes there's 3. And you could move them around. I've explained this in the past. Look at the table of contents. If you want to know more of this, just Google the keyword names of God or names, and it will pop up a lot of hits, believe me. One of the main things I talk about. But go to the earlier ones when I describe multiple names of God. There are teachings that I describe multiple, including the ones 2 years ago in November. I think there's a whole teaching just on that, and I think the following spring as well. There's several. They change, and then it needed it. You kind of started there. The energy got you to a place, and then the other name took you further, and the third name took you to that sweet spot. And it was kind of working with the energy in your body, or the energy in your sifrot, or the energy in your chakras, or cleared the chi, or whatever you want to call it. That movement of the names was like a river leading you. But you kind of had to shift it around. And each name has a frequency and a blessing that's sort of unique to it, and one's not necessarily better than the other. And what's the best one? Well, there is no best one. The best one is the one that you need for that particular moment in time. And you discover that with practice, and you gain that wisdom as one learns and one grows. And it's just working with blessed energies. It's the quickest path, because we're not just praying for it. We're actually working with frequencies that bring it forth in us and in others and in our environment, depending on what one uses. And therefore it's really manifested. So you're not praying for a car. You can, bad example. It's not like praying for medicine. You're actually ingesting the medicine. And the medicine is the mantra. It's not praying to flip on a light switch. You're making the light switch on. But not making it on, you're just putting on the light. Does that make sense? At the same time, it's also a prayer that the light switch come on. And so, but there's a manifested aspect to it. And therefore, it's not just riding a bike. The mantra makes it a motorbike, a very fast BMW motorbike, as one grows to use it. And since I'm on the motorbike spectrum, the motorbike becomes a Porsche motorbike, and then becomes a Learjet motorbike, and then becomes a Starship motorbike. So So it doesn't really matter where you go on and where you lead it towards, but you evolve on the path, and then your understand deepens. You have a deeper understanding. So today, after saying all that, we're going to do Yahweh Ori if you feel called to. If it's a sacred space, so I hope everyone will feel called to, but if for some traditions, one doesn't say the name Yahweh like I say it, find the name that works for you. And if your practice has you doing another name and you don't feel comfortable exploring this one or don't feel called to at the moment, do the one that works for you. Okay? So if we can stretch, and I apologize, I've been speaking for so long. I try to keep it shorter on Wednesdays. But I'm glad I said what I said. I've never, when I was learning, nobody ever explained it to me in such a fashion. It keeps you from, no pun intended, but it keeps you from stumbling in the dark for a very long time and not knowing what you're doing and therefore wasting a lot of time. A lot of people think one should discover it completely on your own without any guidance. And I've seen a lot of people get discouraged and go through long roads and misunderstanding and getting wrong ideas, and it taking forever, as opposed to just kind of pointing what it is and how it works and how to go about it. It's like teaching someone how to drive and giving them a map. And I believe on, kind of pointing the way and giving guidance. Yes. So I actually need to switch out my candle. It's been burning since I started. So give me a moment and then we will begin. Okay, so if you're in the middle of a practice and you need to change lights, it is not a problem. So remember, at the beginning, you light a light to start the practice. It is important to have continuity for it to continue. So blowing out the light to change it is not the best thing to do in the middle of a practice, because the flame is alive. You would be starting a new flame. So basically, you're kind of breaking your practice in half. So what one does is one lights the light, the new one, using the flame from the old one. Therefore, the light is not turned off because it's lit in the new candle. Does that make sense? So you're kind of continuing the flame in the new candle, and then you could extinguish, turn off the candle that you need to remove. Now, if you're practicing and it ever goes off by accident, that's not a problem. You just relight it and you go on. But if you're switching it out, it's the best way I feel to make that change. So let me do it real fast. Okay, I had to get my other candlestick holder because it filled the other one, and I'm gonna have to dig it out. But I actually end up using my Shabbat candlesticks, candle holders for this. For me, they're very sacred, and items that have prayer in them, especially over generations, hold a lot of power. And to have them in your prayer space and to light them in front of one's altar when saying the names of God or praying adds a certain anchor and beauty to the prayer space. Saying the sacred name blesses what's in one's prayer space, one's prayer beads, one's altar, one's candlesticks, and they end up holding a certain spiritual power. And so when one goes in front of them, especially when one is off or not well or a lot of energy in different directions or whatever's going on, depressed or not, or whatever, that energy influences us. And it helps ground us, align us, and bless us. Because we don't only give off energy, we also receive it. And so by having sacred objects, which we in our minds consider to be sacred, which anchor in our thoughts certain things, as well as having a certain frequency in them, assists us, helps us. And we can use all the help we can get. And it helps make the mantras work faster. It helps us line us up faster. It helps us find our center faster because we just zoom right in. And it is okay to use these objects in a sacred way. A Hanukkah can be used throughout the year to light and to bring light. The mitzvot won't attach because that's for a certain period of the year, but the overall use is to shine light, to connect with God. And if it helps resonate in us, so our energies go through the central column, because our frequency aligns with that and just lines us up perfectly, then by God, use it, because it becomes really its true purpose. Prayer, connect with God, bring in light to our lives and to the world. So as I moved out of my little stained glass, I've moved to candlestick holders with one flame. It feels proper for this day and time for me. And so experiment for yourself. 1 candle, 2 candles, 3, 8. Don't burn down your house. But, what is it going to be? For the new year, I'm going to put up 8. It's, 9 rather. It's going to bring in a lot of light to a world that really needs it. And we practice. We practice today, we practice for ourselves. And then when we work to do something larger, like for a new year, for ourselves, our families, our communities, our world, we have developed a certain ability, or we're still developing it. But the heart of intent is what's most important, your care. You reserving a little time, if only if it's during the day, because you can't do the midnight, you can't get up or you have other plans, but you still make that prayer. And that affirms us, at least personally, as well, that we start the year walking on the path, making sure that we start, and we're starting with that intent to say, oh yeah, I'm on this road here. And I'm bringing that from this year into the next, and it continues. And I think that's a beautiful thing. So, let us start. And I'm sorry, if people need to go, please go. I'm sorry this is longer than I thought. I thought I was going to speak for 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and then we would do this. And I think Sunday will have to be a replay, because this is way too important. This is by far a huge core teaching. And if you feel called, I really encourage you to listen to it again, because there's a lot of details, which would be very hard to catch on the first listen, especially if you're new. Kind of takes the first time, so you kind of get the lay of the land. And then the second time, you start picking up more on the details, because you kind of get the gist and know where it's going. And then you kind of pick up the rest that sort of was a lot on the first listen. So Let's start. And I feel like I'm going to bring in the juice tonight, so let's see what we can do. I pulled out my prayer beads. I find by moving them helps anchor me when I say the names. And it's not one name per bead, it just moves at whatever pace that it naturally wants to. Or it could be one name per bead if I decide. But it's more of a fluid motion. You just say the names at whatever speed it's in doing. It's like a river. You let it flow and you go for the ride and you open and you see. And if you start feeling something shift, then open your awareness to what's shifting and see what's there. It's like a sunrise. You don't know exactly where the sun's going to rise. You kind of know a little bit the direction, maybe, or you don't know which direction, but then you start seeing a glimmer on the horizon. And you're like, is that it? You kind of focus in that direction, and then you see it getting bigger and bigger, and you're like, oh, I think that's what is the sunrise. And then you start experiencing what it is as it manifests. In a way, at the beginning, that is what it is. And then you'll understand why I speak so much about it and how important it is. Okay, Yahweh Ori. We'll just say the Shema to start out officially. And we'll do it. I'm not going to put it up. Well, I'll put it up for the people who need it. Hold on. Here it is. All right. Right hand over your face. Doesn't need to touch, just in front. It helps you turn inwards as you say the prayer. It's not a prayer that you say outwards. It's a prayer that you say. It's an inward reflective prayer. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Yahweh Ori, 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 Yahweh.
kept on burning. A miracle, they say, but the world has kept on turning. Are there miracles today?
Everyone who lights the candles has a bit of ancient spark.
We are miracles lighting up the dark.
We are lights, lights of memory, remembering times long gone. We are glowing, growing miracles. We are lights, we are lights. We are lights, shining on and on.
A row of burning candles shines a light upon your face.
Linking you and me and all of us to a far-off holy place. But the blazing of the candles is not the only light. Look at all of us shining here tonight. We are lights, lights of memory, remembering times long gone. We are glowing, growing miracles. We are lights, we are lights. We are lights, shining on. We are lights,
Shining on,
we are lights,
shining on,
we are lights,
shining on and on. We are lights, we are lights,
we are lights.
May the light and the shalom of Yahweh shine upon us forever. Amen. Thank you so much for joining me this evening, and I wish you a wonderful rest of your week during this holiday season. Bye-bye.